The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. Get it on! My lucky day! Buckle up! There's more! To the very... Feel my blade! Solidify! Wind Strider! Stabilize!
So troublesome. One with nature.
Goodbye.
Your own test subject. Solidify.
Get with me.
Done. Another test subject.
Stabilize.
The wind knows me.
Our bond is strong.
You're open.
Gloves off.
Test subject. Fry.
Let's get it on.
Got careless. Picked the wrong test.
Time to go. Time to go.
Another test subject. That tingle?
Time to go.
It's my lucky day.
Let's get down to business.
It's my lucky day. Fall before me.
Time to go.
Let me try my blade. You'll get frostbite.
Stand with me.
Solidify!
There you are.
Stabilize!
Let me amuse myself a little. Over here! Over here! Our bond is strong!
Let's get down to business.
My lucky day!
Ad Astra.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
I roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Hey, young man, please wait! Oh.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Oh, hey, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to... so you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double-check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine and a glass of juice coming right up.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all. Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say... day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler? No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe there was never a correct answer in the first place. Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design, and all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock. Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me. It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. Just please hold on for a second. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, If we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, Please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
I also have a similar feeling. Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, that's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like, actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things. Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking. Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape. I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need...
You used to be an eremite?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to...
I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have...
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys...
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are... There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to...
Believe me, I didn't have... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore.
A library? Funded entirely... I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the...
You're right, and I was aware... The desert is too vast. even if the academia spends a lot of... And what's more, all I know is that as a desert dweller, I don't have much longer left on this world. So I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life. And
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking...
when I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot. Someone agreed to take on the project. After that, I heard that there are a lot of I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you... By the way, how did you know I would...
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own mora, and told him to get some stone and timber. And after that, he even borrowed mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes.
It's all right. You were also scammed. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with... Yeah, you'll find both good... Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my design?
That's what I was afraid of initially. Yes. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we... So, I decided to try and see...
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your...
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world. A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided... I know the desert life. And can so even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls...
Yes, my father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my... I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building... Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Any ideas on what we... Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it to completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the... However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental... To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to...
I see. Well, that...
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city... As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind. But...
Aru Village. Although it was...
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot...
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could... We want to keep the roads clear and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save some mora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for, then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Feeling lucky today?
Most materials going from Caravan Ribat to Aru Village would pass through. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it...
Oh, don't worry about me. This isn't...
One with nature.
Dissipate! Look alive! You ain't messing around!
The wind knows me.
Buckle up! Cha! Hi! Huh! Yeah! Cha!
Into the wind.
Solidify!
Let's get it on!
I'm fine. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. I don't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth, and many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife, sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru village.
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on... Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. A kindness that had... Perhaps. Some people call me an idealist, but my situation is... When I was young, He set off, confidently hoping to... I never saw him again. Word has it that I started doing many things in life because I wanted... At this point, I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumanas... I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense... Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also use that term to describe my father. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes that I still believe I should live by my ideals, and Unfortunately, he remains As you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seas, and when I finally run out of someone will help me, right? Yes, have already been helped like that before. Oh, please. It's not like we're actually talking about... Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel it. All right, let's head... Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine.
Oh, what's...
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building.
Traveler?
Ah, you...
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar.
Educational Assistance Program.
I can't say I'm too familiar.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've set...
A library?
That's right. I want...
That's fantastic. I'm sure the children will be thrilled.
Let me get straight to my questions, then. Can you estimate the... Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also... All right. That should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation material. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone... The inspiration just came to me naturally. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably... In the meantime, let's look... We meet?
Huh? What?
That's what we wanted. There's no need for us...
Believe me, All right.
A library? I've heard that the academia...
You're right. The desert is too vast. And what's more, all I know is I don't have much longer left on this world. I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert.
To the point that you even
When I first came, someone agreed to... After that, I spent a while other way.
I ran into someone. He said that he had no... And after that, according to him...
Those kinds of things...
It's all right. Ultimately, neither of our... Yeah, you'll find... But anyway,
That's what I was I've done the math, so...
By cobble...
To be honest, all I want is to build this. A while ago, I heard that I know the desert life, so even if
My father passed away. I'm sure a child coming all... But let's bring this... Building it according to the... Sponsor the project? You mean, that does make sense. A library... What do you think?
It's all fine with me.
Well... You're right. If I really... Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she... Now there's an idea. Let's go and pay her a...
Now here is some When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? What is the point of wealth, anyway?
That's exactly right. Mora is extreme, if you ask me. This place is still...
You're hopeless.
Oh? So you have an actual merchants. Oh, I see. So you're...
I knew you wouldn't be interested.
Sure, I can connect you with some folks.
A fee?
Of course. Making introductions means using my connections and putting my... Since we've known each other for so long...
500,000? Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public.
3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't... You can wait here.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious...
All right, here's the situation. I've been...
So it...
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely...
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually.
So what? You can... Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with...
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates, after all. Here. So we'd
Well, just speaking for myself...
I also have a concern.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library...
Wouldn't that just...
Yes, but in...
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near... A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic. I've been to the desert several times, although there are still many lingering...
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has...
And you just believe...
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow.
You...
Hey, why are you starting to...
Wait, something just occurred to me. But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there will... If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing!
I'll be off as well. If you...
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no...
Hey, guys! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat... Yeah, it's just another day. Looks like we'll have to figure out some...
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it? Oh, where did all that passion...
Please don't tell me that you're...
What kind of person do you take me for? With the kind and generous Lord Sangam, you can try to talk up the project all you want.
But this isn't just a business. Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us... I'll pay back every last coin.
All right, since you're so devastated about this. In fact, I'll be inviting the most...
What? So...
Follow me.
Just wish that some people would actually do their jobs.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most...
You still don't get it, huh?
Huh? So...
Well, I've given it some thought. It'll be a pretty big Morrisink, and I'll have to fund it all on...
Seriously? Where's this generosity?
The reasons are not important. However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground...
I get it. I won't charge any commission.
Splendid!
This way, the children of the desert... Of course, there are a few things... I must thank you as well, Dory. Now, let's have a quick discussion.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with...
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec.
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. So, from my perspective...
But what about my commission?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to Kakas. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me.
Huh? You really think so? Well...
Fine. I'm going to order the best dishes and booze. Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing? Anyway, stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine, same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice?
I know you're already keeping that guy, though. Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other, but perhaps getting used to this just means I would spend a lot of time altering my designs. And by the time, I suppose, though, that all of this makes for a real paradox. One that particularly crops up in my...
Here's your drink.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Anyway, I don't know about...
What do you think? Yes, art. Let's say that I built a house for someone. If they don't like how it looks, then no matter how brilliant it may appear to me, they won't be happy with it. The problem is that it can be very difficult to get validated by others. I could compromise my personal standards to accommodate my clients, but often that just means creating a final product that I would struggle to look at. Sounds great to me. Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, my mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next... Perhaps. Unfortunately, I did remember something else, though. At the time, she even told me that I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions. It's been a really long time. Either way, thanks for reminding me that... Thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache. So if you want to stick around and see how... All right, then... Who knew that the day would come when I, too, would have some friends over? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Alhaitham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box, I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be... Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, I remember now. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now. Now that I've said that out loud... Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. My building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling up. Oh... And this bloop, I was super proud of myself. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused. It was only a few days later that my mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over... Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, wonder why she didn't take... If only I could. Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what... Who knows? Maybe this time something will... I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name, my father's name, I've even tried stuff like Love You Cave, I wouldn't try that route again. So we could find someone who was close to my mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert, and Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correct, let's go take a look.
What am I supposed to do now?
Tainari, what are...
Oh, it's you. I came into the city to buy some but as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over...
I had a quick drink or two.
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. You know what? I'm hosting a meal at...
Oh.
All right. Then I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now.
A granny who lives...
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? My tomato was growing so well, it had...
I already told you I had nothing to do. You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was... You see, the word green here can refer to both the color of the tomato and the... If I've actually done something wrong, then get...
Oh, why you...
Professor Zaha...
And who are you? How long has it been? Come. It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing, which brings us to our...
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're errant...
Lucky... Come on, let's go. We'll take... Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself.
Ah, yes. I did...
No, not at all. She's all right.
That's good to hear. Your mother did... Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was still quite young when she first joined my class. She had to make a lot of drastic changes. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfection. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows. But every time I saw her, she was always...
I'm sure she had many difficult moments.
I'm not too sure. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument. She said, true art cannot be... If you ask me, that's...
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I...
Your personalities are quite alike, too. I've taught a lot of students. They would know exact. Some clients would choose to respect. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every.
I see, but could he?
No, I think they were probably beyond. Farnak had many admirers, but she ended up.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just.
Oh.
Yes!
Then you should be on being the awkward person that she is. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just.
Thank you.
There's.
I wonder what my mother.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think I met someone special. We decided to name our son Kaveh. The bad news came. But I have to.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father, but who? From the dates in the note, maybe we were thinking too much.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person. The talkative woman introduced everyone to. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these. That man is certainly very handsome. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with. And maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? There's more written on the back.
Kaveh. You are very talented. No one will be able to help you whenever you feel down. Seek out of.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept although it'd be nice to get together. Besides, don't most people. And don't forget, I'm also older than. You're right. Well then, I guess. You know what?
Al-Haytham also got my invite.
That guy? He's never.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's go. Oh. You still haven't told me.
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned. Anyway, let's get started. The curriculum will become a lot more involved and...
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner.
Yes. I thought it would be good if we... Anyway, let's take a quick trip down...
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another...
You two are hopeless. Does anyone...
Ooh, that's a good point.
This could be a potential...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus...
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably...
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on...
As long as you're still aware... So...
That's your purpose for being here, not mine.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainan...
Precisely. Kale will have a...
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let...
What are you saying? Spawn Tamad is the better choice.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan...
There are only 2 other Darshans left.
You... I'm trying to have a serious... Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans.
Well said.
Agreed. And my
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both.
Hey, what are you thinking now?
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a profession.
I'll make sure to write, don't become an architect on the...
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate?
We don't need to think that far ahead.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about.
Have you considered finding an...
they're all the same. I haven't had a good...
It's too late now to change careers. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night.
No!
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
We'll save that for the end, Sino.
Al-Haytham isn't in, so feel... Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, obviously I wouldn't call it anything special now, but now that I've criticism and I admit that I may... Anyway, my building blocks. It's been Oh, and this blueprint. I was super proud of myself when I finished it. Unfortunately, it was only a few days later that he finally... My mother took me with her. She didn't scold me about it. Let's see. Is there anything else left in this box? What was this again? This is my mother. When I was a child, Wonder... If only... Hey, it's not a matter of time. Who knows? Maybe this time... I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name, my father. I've even tried stuff. I wouldn't try that route again. Yeah, you're right. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation. I just got an idea, though. What do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia. Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one. Who doesn't miss their... I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because the academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books... Here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Alhatham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just... probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
As a senior...
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner. Oh, and Kaveh. A lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of the...
Huh?
Sure. If leave any words of thanks you may have to the... As a result, the...
What? But all... Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait. Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down? Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself. He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true. Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this. See that? Now that—
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me happy?
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of— Huh?
Don't ask me.
You— In that case—
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth. Everything was—
There are indeed no records of any complaints.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about—
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on—
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate— Port Ormos. No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here— Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is. The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs. When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth. We ran into a lot of issues during construction. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of— I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe the true cornerstone of the creative process. Once built, a building will continue to stand. You think so? I'm glad to hear. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber. Us creative types know better than— Yeah, you're right. I should learn. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last— Great. Most of my projects over the last few— This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel— Who would have thought that so many— We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area. Sight clear!
I'm looking for—
Nothing to fear. I will have order. Gather!
The wind knows me.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. Although Al-Haytham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish. Life is too Of course, I will concede that loving, but still, isn't this place beautiful? With different landforms come different architectural style. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I lived. My pain will one day... They are far more valuable than most... If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer. You think so? Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Well, I'll try gathering my thoughts. In any case,
Time to go.
taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Oh, actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice?
I know you're already keeping a secret from that guy, though. Another glass, please.
You've got it, sir.
It really is every other day that you'd run it, but perhaps getting used, I would spend a lot of time. I suppose, though, that just sticking all of this makes for a...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't know about...
What do you think? Exactly. So our thought in Sumeru, and it's too bad that I'm not in my... He understands nothing about my design. Time to get going. No, there's no time to waste. Taking this commission was truly the worst decision. Actually, while we're on that, what are you... Anyway, stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass...
I know you're already keeping a secret from that guy, though. Another glass, please.
You've got it, sir.
It really is, but perhaps getting used... I would spend a lot of time altering my designs. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregard... All of this makes...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and so...
What do you think, Exactly. In Sumeru, it's too bad that I'm... Sounds great to me. A different... I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. It's just a saying, of course, but... And if I want to make Mora... Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the... Maybe I'll be able to get some...
Follow the wind.
It's been a long...
I heard that you were the genius behind the palace of Alcazar. I bet you're... hard to make a profit. You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect... Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full.
Well,
I understand. Either way, I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. Not exactly. My work is still close, judging from the look on your face. With that said...
Are you serious? But something like that has... Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. Compared to the classes taught by those old... Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Ah, Kaveh, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time,
I heard that you were the genius behind the palace of Alcazar. Hard to make a profit. You've got to be joking. Unless the client fled.
Well,
I understand. Either way, I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. With that said...
Are you serious? But besides, I don't want...
Oh, you're too kind. Compared to the classes taught by those old... Unlike the academia, it just so happens that regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be...
So you want me to join you as an instructor? What do you think, Traveler?
Then it's a deal?
Yes, it's a deal.
Oh, like I said. As for the pay... How about...
300?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is also just the base rate. I have to go make some preparation.
I was never particularly close with I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time. Thanks so much. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? All right, let's meet here again.
Oh.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture.
Lesson plan. But the training center has already developed its own set of Sure. It's almost time for the lecture to...
Huh. So you've already developed your own... There's something else I want to ask.
No need to stress. There are 14 classes at my training.
20 people, huh?
Oh, and one last thing. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to...
Sorry about that.
Hey there. Can I help you? Oh, well, Kami? You mean that rich... I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned if the tuition wasn't...
Did you hear? Alkami recruited...
I bet that
really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself.
That's true, but you've got to admit, as advertised for those who can't pass the exam...
Man, Dad...
All right, every class is over, so we can just chat for a bit.
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kave.
Oh, don't get me started. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. In my opinion, the most important... There are tens of thousands of The architects who can critically evaluate... All these students are doing in class is rote memorization. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're...
But Mr. Kave... We didn't really understand. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like...
You're studying architecture?
Yeah. My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr.
In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed.
But how? Mr. Alkami, he also said that as long as we graduate from... It won't be long before I can...
Come on.
But, Mr.
You... Let's go, traveler. Let's hear a...
Time to go.
What's wrong, Kave? Were the students not a student?
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even... The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground. And the longer... You know all of this just as...
Look, Kave, you may deny it all you want. But it's a fact. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult if it's near impossible to make money as an architect?
Wait, how does that make any sense?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this... That's right. And making money as an architect is slow. None of the students will ever know, however. The more students I get.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll... When that happens, you...
but that's just one way to look at the... Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve... I'm not even scared if they do come back and...
You... How can you... I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent...
And the same goes to you. Only fools will see art as... I urge you to think as the light of the Sharawa. You think it over, Kave.
So mad, I feel a headache coming on. Of course. I'm sure you've realized he is right about one thing. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. Oh? Did you notice something else? Yeah, the rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, right. We should hurry. We're never going to get any information from the...
Mr. Kave?
Class finished a while ago, but...
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught.
Of course they were. All the It's a good thing that you could recognize them for...
Res?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, and for most people, just being able to admire a building isn't... Going from admiration to assessment...
Just as I thought.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to...
I understand. Thank you for telling... Sorry. I can't say anything.
Don't listen to him. Why would I pull your leg? I can see.
Then please keep. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he told all the students that once we graduate.
How much did you?
I think that.
And what was?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling. We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if good idea.
We last saw him on the North Shore.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. We need to do something before this.
Time to go.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Oh.
You're Fahar, right?
Yes.
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture club.
Oh, sounds like his business.
Let me see.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're... here you go. Don't.
And what if they won't?
What do you mean won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate, and even if you were, it's hard work running a business. If we're... Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line.
I just did some calculations in my head. Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount... Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a...
What are you trying to say, huh? I figured something was off when too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong.
Eremites? I've already... There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose my...
Come on, you coward!
Into the wind!
Buckle up! Hi!
I don't think we've done any...
Debt has the power to append, but my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is... But these students are different. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such... And if we're going to talk about...
And here comes the silver... People grow by learning from their... Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to... Sino?
My vacation just ended not too long ago. I see. As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear.
That should still be enough. Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't...
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. Did you accept any mora from...
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per
that's...
What do you mean?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But either way, though, I believe you are innocent and all.
Hey, what was that? What do you mean, my...
Never mind.
You're just messing with me now.
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be...
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more...
Sure. but you should wait until tomorrow.
All right, then I'll stay at...
I have a few other things to take care of.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, to think Alkami would sink this still. I think I feel a little... It's a little ironic, but you could... How should I put it? The arguments are usually... Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to... Every scholar has their own set... Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice... If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life. But at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me? All right, I'll see you.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
The training center has been shut down, and the Macher of...
Mr. Kave said we can keep working on our fundamentals. Ha! Easier said, only the best of the best can... Mr. Kave might be...
Why? What? Huh?
Now, that's Mr. Kave to you. I'm here. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be... Architecture is not an easy profession. If you want to design safe buildings, and just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before.
We'll try our...
It seems some of you... All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much. You'll know once we get there. Come on. This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and the point of today is not so much about I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your idea. Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be. In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely different. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class.
You'll have a wonderful day.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
Oh, I think a creepy crawly got into the cooking pot.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
Oh, I think a creepy crawly got into the cooking pot.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Oh, I think a creepy crawly got into the cooking pot.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
Oh, I think a creepy crawly got into the cooking pot.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most. Is your new boss.
Of all the I created many designs that the academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate. Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework and saw him sitting by him. Of all the I created many designs that the academia all Here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Alhatham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space.
But shouldn't...
You think I came here to pick up...
All right, probably...
There was nothing embarrassing. When I was still a student at the... We had a number of differences. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was as a result.
What? Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait. Anyway, you were about to say he's put through the ringer. He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. But the satisfaction of... There are plenty of architects in Sumer. Clearly, Of course, each person is different, and we should respect... Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone.
What do you think?
But anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page... See that?
And it looks like you're all...
Me?
Why don't you just move all the books? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all...
Hey! Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books of... Huh?
Don't...
You...
We can also plainly...
If I don't keep bringing up there shouldn't be any complaint.
There are
See? What? Come on. Let's take a stroll through...
No need.
Suit your...
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one. The desert's a tough adversary. doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely. You. My people are used to the desert life. But still, I hope that one day...
It is as the stars foretold. Shadows of fate!
Quake!
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
No rest for the wicked.
This is destiny. Shadows of fate! Just sharpen my spear!
I'm feeling a little off.
Boba, get them!
name of the Prinzessin.
No rest for the wicked.
Reveal thyself!
It is as the stars foretold. Upon you. I am outplayed.
Just sharpen my spear. I'll remember that. I can't wait any longer! Into the fire! Speed of light! The threads of your fate lie in my hands. Reveal thyself!
It is as the stars foretold. Beg for mercy. Shadows of fate. Stand clear. The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
to make adjustments.
Crush!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Vengeance will be mine!
I can't wait any longer!
Let me scribe! Crush!
threads of your fate lie in my hands.
No rest for the wicked.
I will not go quietly.
Crush!
One shall descend once again.
It is as the stars foretold.
Let me scribe.
Flood of frost! What a sorry sight.
Just sharpen my spear. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
In the image of the wilderness.
It is as the stars foretold.
Shadows of fate. By royal decree. Shadows of fate! In the name of the Prinzessin! Oz, reveal thyself!
There is no escape!
Just sharpen my spear!
Water's form is ever-changing!
The threads of your fate lie in my hands. Oz, reveal thyself! Oz, reveal thyself! This is destiny.
Detached from the world. Longer! In the name of the Prinzessin!
Where is the Pure Land?
Mein Fräulein.
I can't wait any longer! reveal thyself! It is as the stars foretold. Shadows of fate! In the name of the Prinzessin! Oz, reveal thyself! Incoming! It is as the stars foretold. Delve into destiny!
just sharpen my spear. Nice and spicy.
In the name of the Prinzessin. By royal decree,
One shall descend once again. One shall descend once again. Just like we rehearsed.
my reckoning has come.
sharpen my spear. Access denied. Nice and spicy.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Blaze over.
No rest for the wicked.
This is destiny.
Shadows of fate.
Reveal thyself!
Written in the stars! can't wait any longer!
Take me back. Oh.
It is as the stars foretold. Delve into destiny. The threads of your fate lie in my hands. By royal decree, one shall descend once again. This is destiny. fate is upon you.
Must press. I can't wait any longer! The fuse is lit! Nice and spicy!
This is destiny. In the name of the Prinzessin!
I summon thee!
This is destiny. Let me scribe.
Just sharpen my spear!
Pardon my indiscretion.
Goldfish up down!
escape!
No rest for the wicked.
What you owe must one day be paid.
I can't wait any longer!
Right now.
Boba, get them!
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
No rest for the wicked.
Bring it on!
This is destiny. Delve into destiny.
Just sharpen my spear! You're toast! Ugh. The fun is over.
It is as the stars foretold.
Let me scry.
Drat!
The stars are fading. I can't wait any longer. Dinner's gonna burn.
By royal decree!
Must keep draining.